Very good morning and welcome to Kowloon Cricket Club for this MCC out match. It's the Hong Kong 11 up against MCC. MCC winning the toss, electing to have a bat for Roz, who played on Friday out of the middle on strike with Jay Davidson opening the bowling for the Hong Kong 11. Fergus Lam at the top of screen with the gloves on for Hong Kong. And that is Matt Rawnsley picking up the ball at the non-striker's end. Is that a no ball? It is a no ball, says umpire Shiraz Vasha. This one is the dot, an illegal delivery from Jay. Shape away from Davidson. Shouldered arms from Feroz. Quite a few of the players that played for MCC on Friday playing again today. Especially the ones that have flown in like Feroz and Jeremy O'Neill, Jack Matten down below I can see. Harry Kukreja. Combining with some MCC members from Hong Kong. We'll run through the full teams throughout the day. And straightens up on this one. Defends back. String of dots after the no ball start. Okay, can run through the sides. Thanks to head of broadcast today, James Robinson, giving me the full teams. The Hong Kong 11 will run through. Captain is Adi Lee, Jay Davidson, Matt Chappell, Paco Chow, Ahan Trivedi, Fergus Lam, Inda Singh, Ronnie Chu, Eddie Chair, Dave Lau, and Tom Booth. Nice and straight again from Davidson. 3 slips in place. We saw some crazy slip cordons on Friday. Missed that game. Go back and watch it. It's here on KCC YouTube. One point they had 4 slips, 2 gullies, and a leg slip. Then they had 2 leg slips. Then the cordon almost looked like it was 5 slips. They got the big win, MCC, on Friday. That was against the Kowloon Cricket Club 11. Today it's the Hong Kong mixed team from around Hong Kong domestic. Lots of the KCC pioneers in the side as well today, like Fergus Lam doing the wicket keeping. And the man that's going to take ball in hand, the young man that'll bowl over number 2 from the bowling club end, it will be Paco Chow. So there is the MCC list today. Plenty of firepower. The young speedster Paco Chow. He's getting faster and faster and better every season that I see him. He's also getting taller and taller. One of the tallest players out there now. Matt Rawnsley on strike. It's a good one starting from Paco. New General Manager of Hong Kong Football Club, Matt Rawnsley, and I've been told, well, he's looking after the football club. He's quite the professional cricketer back in the day, playing for Worcester. He's the GM of that club as well, I've been told. I didn't think Paco was too old. He's not. He's only 16. In the air, and he's going to get a wicket to start with. Rawnsley nicks off backward of point, and Paco strikes in the first over for him. The second over for Hong Kong 11. MCC 1 for 1. Hunt Trivedi with an easy catch at point. Rawnsley makes the long walk back to the MCC dugout. Jeremy O'Neill will come to the crease early on at number 3 for MCC. There's the captain for Hong Kong 11 today, AD Lee on screen. Young Obi's down here as well, watching on as he always does. Missing his partner in crime though. Apparently Remy's off, hanging out with mum, maybe at PKVR Reservoir. Might be a Hong Kong Cricket Club Cavaliers game out there. So Paco strikes in his first. He's got a birthday coming up next month, turning 17 in May. This one cut along the ground a point. Good fielding from Ahan again. Getting the body and scooping it forward. It was hit hard. Remember, if you're watching on anywhere around the world for this MCC outmatch, you can check out all the stats and figures on the KCC Match Centre. Scoreboards and also all the videos from the previous game on Friday. That's where I'm going to head now and refresh my memory of Friday's game. So just go to Google, type in KCC Match Centre. Should be your first Google response, and you can find all the games. This one is live. I was talking about Omi, and he's just turned up behind me. He's been patrolling the ground, watching Dad play on. If I had another headset, Obi, I'd put it on, but I've only got one microphone today. All the other microphones are at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground for the T20 International Finals, which Hong Kong is playing in. Hong Kong, China playing in that one. What do we have? An overstep from Paco there. Both overs having a no ball. Nicely played by O'Neill. This should be first runs off the bat and first runs for a boundary for O'Neill. End of the over, a successful one for Hong Kong. MCC 6 for 1. Davidson to continue from the pavilion end. Three slips in place. Onto the hip this time. First delivery to O'Neill. He leaves that alone. Well outside off. Shaping away again. The new red kookaburra. With four-piece red kookaburras and pretty much test rules for the MCC out matches, except for it's a timed game. So no circle, no free hits, no power plays. Balls that go down the leg side, as long as they're not too wide, won't be wide. Another good delivery from Davidson. Moving off the seam. O'Neill's watchful. Jay was listed to play on Friday, but was unavailable for the KCC 11. But he is here today for the Hong Kong 11, the Namibian Nightmare, as he is nicknamed. And he tucks the bat inside again. Continuing to move it away here, Davidson. You feel like perhaps the ball that nips back in. His secret delivery might be coming soon. Obi Lee, assistant commentator today in broadcast, pointing out his dad at second slip. Ahan at first slip. Pucko at third slip there. I think. That one a bit straighter this time, having to defend. Pushes it just softly onto the leg side. No run available, so that's the end of the over. Just the single coming from it as MCC. Partnerships popping up there. Early days. So Feroz and O'Neill looking to get things started. I was heading off to the KCC Match Centre, wasn't I? Have a look at Friday's game. You can click on results and fixtures and live games. It's all in the KCC Match Centre. Paco to continue from the bowling club end. Successful in his first. Drag, full toss down leg. It's going to get 4 runs. It's come off the glove. Umpire Sharoy Vasha at the bowling club end signals 4. Easy pickings for Oz. A loose one from Paco. Pushing forward of point after the boundary. Gets the line back and length back for Paco. Pushes this one to extra cover. Unable to find a gap again. Setup is we do an hour and a half from 10 a.m. until 11:15. Then we'll stop for a drinks break and get through to 12:30. Stop for some lunch, a spot of lunch. Afternoon tea. The tea break will be about 3:40 p.m. And then, of course, the time game kicks in at 4:30 p.m. this afternoon, Hong Kong time. Cut away in the air nicely, backward a point. It's gone a long way. It doesn't clear the ropes, but it will be another boundary for Oz. His second of the over and now moves up to 9. After getting a wicket in his first over, he's been a little expensive this time per Paco. Full again. This one pushes along the ground to the captain. I'll call him Captain Lee today. Captain 80. I can't call him Dad. He's not my dad. He's your dad, Obi, but I wonder if Remy's watching on at home, down. Is he at PKVR Park today? And that's in the air! Oh, awfully close to holding out to Ahan Trivedi again. But gets reward. Bit of a risk, but gets the reward. 3 boundaries coming from the fourth. MCC, 19 for 1. I reckon this was just under a metre away from the left hand of Ahan Trivedi. Picks the gap nicely, keeps the runs flowing. Is that 12 runs, James, coming off that over. MCC moving to 19 for 1. Davidson, who's only given up a single and a no ball so far in his first 2, will continue from the pavilion end. Everyone keeps asking me why I'm commentating here and not at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground for the T20Is. Got to call the MCC games each year. I'm going to keep an eye on that score over there, though. Hong Kong 11 here. Hong Kong China playing across at Mission Road in the 3rd versus 4th place game today. Once again, a washout, ruining Hong Kong's chances of making a final. Nice day for cricket today, though. We always knew Saturday was going to be a bit miserable. But today, patches of blue sky, sunshine. And the battle between Davidson and O'Neill continues. Looks down the pitch. Davidson gets it to move away again. my count, and I'm going to have to do it in my head now, 14 dot balls for Jay to start with. Oh, a quick one into the body, gets bat on ball, ends the string of dots. Good little piece of fielding. One of the Pioneer juniors out in the middle. My maths was solid. James has pulled up the scorecard and showed me that 14 dot balls is true. And then it's going to be 2 singles back to back with a ball remaining of the 5th. Finish off with the dot. So 2 runs coming from the 5th. MCC moved to 21 for 1. And up into the double figures. You can see that big over previously. First one from Paco that went for more. Double figures, in fact. It's been tidy otherwise. And Paco continue into a 3rd. Using the wrists and tries to beat the infield. No, good effort. Diving to the left. Looks like Tom Booth there doing the fielding at cover, maybe. And uses the feet, flicks around the corner. They've got protection at fine length. It's another single, 3 singles to start the 6th.
How much overs is this game?
You'll be asking me the question, how many overs is this game? And I'll explain it to you and anyone watching on that's not familiar with the MCC outmatch. It's as many overs as they like. So what will happen, MCC could bat all day if they wanted to. But if they want to get the win, obviously, they want to put Hong Kong 11 in. What happens is we get to 4:30 p.m, as we watch this delivery, yet another single. Once we get to 4:30, there is 20 more overs left in the game. So it's a timed match. And if MCC, what will probably happen, unless they're bowled out, they'll put on a big score and then declare and then try to bowl Hong Kong 11 out before that 20 overs is finished. On Friday, KCC survived 10 of the 20 overs but couldn't last any longer, so they were bowled out with 10 overs remaining. MCC getting the win on Friday at Kowloon Cricket Club. And slashed away, just falling short of cover point region. So 2 dots to finish off, 4 singles as well, 6 done. MCC at the quarter century mark there, 25 for 1. Davidson to continue. Big swing and a miss. Well outside off, again shaping away. It's a good battle between Davidson and O'Neill. Probably missed out there a bit, Jeremy. He's got a fair bit of room on that offside if you can make contact. No gully in place. Point and extra cover and mid-off. And looking to go backward of point. Can find the boundary. We've switched sides of the ground from Friday. Friday we played on the pitch closest to the swimming pool pavilion. Today we're on the pitch closest to Cox's Road. Fortunately, Chris Carter's not playing today. Otherwise, we'd lose a lot of cricket balls onto Cox's Road. 164 off 50 on Friday. Even faster to 150 than Jamie Atkinson last year in the MCC outmatches, who scored 203 in 95. But he took 70 odd balls to get his 150. And Chris went less than 50. More good fielding coming in and good running. Feroz was going early. Gets himself on strike, 16 off 19. O'Neill rotates the strike. Well, it goes forward a point. Like to do for Booth. Chase it down. Captain Lee still in the slip cordon. You can see the MCC flag flying above the swimming pool pavilion.
What does MCC stand for?
Obie's asking me, what does MCC stand for? It stands for, the trouble with MCC is I have problems pronouncing that first word. Marylebone? Marylebone. Marylebone, says James, who would know, being English. Marylebone Cricket Club. The holders of the rules of cricket. Oh, that's beautifully played up and over the slip cordon. Look at that, using the pace of Davidson, picks up the boundary down to deep third to finish off the over 7 runs coming from the 7th. MCC, 32 for 1. Paco to continue. O'Neill dotting it back to Chow.
These are so good.
Ivy Lee is impressed with my binoculars to the point where I can't get them back, which means I can't see out in the field because my old man eyes can't see that far. That's why I bring binoculars with me. Tries to pull away hard on the leg side. And just dribbles forward of square. Run rate 4.36, you can see on screen. Handy, tidy. These two would like to just continue that along and get through to the drinks break in 45 or 43 minutes time. Nice big opening, well, second wicket stand for MCC after the early wicket loss. A replay of that one. And that was the ball before. That's the one where there was an appeal from second slip of Joe Davidson, but definitely dragging down leg. Back live. Calls of catch. One bounce to the captain, Adi Lee. Sitting there at mid-on. It's tidy over from Paco this time. Push out through mid-wicket. I'll get through for the single. Going to put some pressure on Lee. As 80 has a shy, just goes to the side of the stumps. I'll get through for a single to finish off the over. As the bowling figures for the Hong Kong 11. 4 overs apiece for the openers. 35 for 1 after 8, keeping it that 4.36, 4.38 run rate. Davidson's going to bowl a fifth, it looks like, as he has a chat with the captain. It's good experience for some of the players in the Hong Kong 11 to get some red ball bowling as well and bat against the red ball later. It's not often the red ball appears. We've got the 2-day games, KCC versus Hong Kong Cricket Club, where they do. And also it's Little Saiwan against Pac over Christmas gets a 2-day game with the red ball, but mostly white ball cricket or pink ball cricket, depending on which league it is. Don't get to play with a 4-piece either very often. Nice shiny red 4-piece kookaburra. For Oz now going at a run of ball 23. And that's been picked the gap beautifully on the offside. Won't be cut off as it races away on the fast KCC outfield through extra cover. Another boundary to Feroz. That'll be his 5th 4 of the innings, and he's now going at more than a runner ball. Runs again, but can't pick the gap through extra cover. Just a single. Good diving effort. and a no ball. I know they were looking at that front foot area from the ball before, but this time Davidson's overstepped. That's going straight to point, so it'll be another dot. That's a very good ball, just past the outside edge again of O'Neill's bat. First change in bowling today. The captain's going to bring Eddie Chair on from the bowling club end, give Paco a break. We've gone from, he always gets upset at me, Eddie, but I'm going to say it anyway. We've gone from the 16-year-old to the 60-plus-year-old. I said something similar last year. I think it was the MCC match as well, where there was three fielders next to him, younger in total than Eddie, and his daughter Lavinia chopped it up and sent it to everyone laughing. But yes, from the young prodigy to the wily veteran, and he's going to be dispatched for a boundary, 3-cow corner to start with, as O'Neill picks up his second boundary of the innings. Hong finds an edge this time as he tries to use the wrist. He'll find the boundary. Back-to-back fours. Hands on head from Eddie Chair. He's not sure how that didn't carry to a fielder, but he picked the gap beautifully. We'll say it was deliberate from Jeremy. That's the 50 partnership up between Farrell's Bag and Jeremy O'Neill. That one not carrying through to Hunt Trivedi. But yes, a very nice 50-run partnership between these two. 51 deliveries. after that very early wicket falling on one. Put together a good partnership for the second wicket. Now Eddie's getting his line and length right. That first one, bit of a loosener. The second four, there's a half chance. They've plugged that gap with Trivedi going into gully. Just off screen to the left. Jay Davidson in first slip. And that one there's pulled away backward a square. It's going to be the third boundary of the over. O'Neill powering along, getting up into the 20s now. Joining Feroz. One ball left to get us to the 10 over mark. A little bit too straight that time from Eddie. So some field changes being rung. Square leg going back out into the deep. They've got a backward square on the 45, also out on the ropes. I think there might be a deep mid-wicket in front of our broadcast area in front of the tents, but I can't see. But I'll do a count, maybe not. It's a dot to finish with, but 3 boundaries, 12 runs coming from the 10th. MCC getting up over the half-century mark there, 55 for 1. Jay Davidson's going to continue. Bowler 6th straight. 5 overs done for 19 so far. So a fair amount. I don't know what percentage exactly, but a large percentage of his overs have gone to Jeremy O'Neill. But Feroz is on strike. He gets 3 slips still in the 11th over. Whipped off the toes. It's not going through the slip cordon. It's going down to a fine leg down near the brand new Kowloon Cricket Club scoreboard. Eddie Chair down there. It's a wonderful new scoreboard. Shows the replays of all the highlights. He hit a 4 out in the middle at Kowloon Cricket Club. You can just put your head up and watch it again on the big screen. You can also do that when you get out. Probably don't want to watch that one when you've got bat in hand. The bowlers do though. As Davidson comes in again. It's pushed to cover.
This is my favourite one. Yeah.
Couple of people up on the swimming pool pavilion roof watching on. They got peppered on Friday by Chris Carter. Had to recover about 3 balls, the spectators up the top. It's a beautiful day to be up the top of the swimming pool pavilion watching the cricket. And picks a gap, backward a point, gully region, 2 chasing it down. They'll come back for 2 as they combine. Oh, that's pulled away. Can Eddie get there? He can't. So it's going to be 4 runs. Nicely played by O'Neill, backward of square. 7 runs coming from the 11th. Might be Davidson's last delivery before having a break. We shall see. Both on 29 now. Good delivery, that one. Bit of an inside edge onto the pad. End of the over. Was a good one. 7 coming from it. MCC 62 for 1. Six overs, none for 26 in Davidson's first spell. 24 dot balls though, that's pretty impressive. Off 36 legal deliveries, couple of no ball oversteps though. Eddie Chat to continue from the bowling club end. $29 apiece for Roz and Jeremy for MCC today. 61 run partnership, still going at a tick over a run a ball. 60 deliveries, helped by 10 fours. No maximum so far. The run rate pushing up well over 5.5 now. There's the wagon wheel. Well, it's not on your screen, but it is on my screen. 63% dots so far today, but also 10 fours powering it on. Swept backward of square. Another single. Hit hard, but straight to... Who is that over there? I think it's Paco at mid-off. Same again. Rinse and repeat. Along the ground this time to mid-off. A gradual worm for the MCC so far. Just the one blemish.
Tom Booth is coming on.
Change in bowling. I thought Davidson might have a rest after 6, and he will. From the pavilion end, Tom Booth for the Hong Kong 11, being given the duties by captain 80 Lee. He's just underneath the overlay. There he is there, having a chat. So Tom Booth to bowl his first over from the pavilion end. Taking the slip out. 80 moving to a gully. So one slip, gully, point, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. And a fine leg. Good pace to start with, just outside that off stump from Tom. Drives to the wide-ish mid-off. No run available there. That one's gone through everything and gone through. Wait to see the signal. Missed by the batter, missed by Fergus with the gloves. 4 byes. Signal by umpire Shiraz Vasha. That one flicked away. Just coming off the pad, perhaps. A little bit of bat. Wait for the signal. A little bit of bat. No run in the end. So that should be the end of the over. Just the 4 byes coming from that Tom Booth over. So he gets a maiden in the books as it pops up on the big screen. 13 done. MCC 67 for 1. You can see just that 1 wicket down so far. Matt Rawnsley nicely caught by Ahan Trivedi of Paco, but that was back in the second over. Since then, it's all been MCC with a 66-run partnership. Slowed down a touch, off 72 deliveries now, but it's a 1 day, 1 innings match, timed match, so there's no hurry. We don't have to think about strike rates of the T20 type. Eddie Chad to continue into his third. Jeremy O'Neill on strike, swinging hard up and over the top of mid-off this time. Work to do for Paco as it races down. And it'll make the boundary down towards the scoreboard. A little bit fuller this time from Eddie, and Jeremy picks it up nicely. Thoughts of a feather glove, perhaps, or just trying to fake out umpire Shiraz Vasha. But he doesn't have to need to do that, Jay, because you can bowl it down leg side today. It's a legal delivery, unless it's miles down the leg side. More leniency given in this format of cricket. Forward down the pitch and just spooned up, maybe off the pad only, going on to the offside. After that fuller delivery to start with from Eddie, going for 4. He's tightened it up now, back to dots. That's up in the air over the gully region. Didn't get it all, but the backspin on it should get it to the ropes and does so. So another boundary for O'Neill, who's powered along now. Top score of 37 with 2 fours this over. Not for the first time we've seen O'Neill go through that backward point gully region off Eddie, but safely so, even going aerial. Short boundary to the Boundary Cafe. Won't explain why the Boundary Cafe's on the Boundary Cafe. I'm sure you can figure that one out. Swinging hard again. It's the inside edge. Squirts off the pad out onto the leg side to finish off the over. 9 runs from the 14th. MCC 76 for 1. Still going at 5.43 for bowlers used so far for the Hong Kong 11. Tom Booth continuing after his maiden over to start with. Very good over. Too good for everyone to get 4 runs, but not off his bowling. 4 byes. Hand off the bat, backward of square. No run available. Tom continuing with his dot ball pressure. Just ticked over to 11 a.m. Hong Kong time. It's 15 minutes away from the first drinks break. These two have been out there for quite some time now. Well, obviously they've been out there since the second over. 79 balls. Best part of an hour, using the wrists, a bit of aerial, but it's hit too nicely, timed perfectly through extra cover. 4 runs. And that's ended the string of dots. This time he picks out mid-off. Everyone's favourite target has just pulled up over on the Cox's roadside boundary. The black delivery van. There it is. We used to broadcast over there. All you could hear was that thing reversing. That's beeping. It has been hit at least once. I have seen that van hit. He wasn't there at the time. The delivery man was inside delivering, so he didn't realise his van had been hit. But oh, good ball. Going down leg, but very good delivery. See if we'll get the replay on this one. Might cut out just as he balls it, and likes to do that. And it does. There he goes. This time bat on ball. Again, just angling onto the middle and leg stump. Fuller, but can't beat the infield. Just the boundary so far off this over and off the bowling of Tom Booth with 1 ball left to the 15th. And there's going to be runs as that one's squirted off, hit something in the middle of the pitch and kept on going down leg. It's another bye. Finish off the over. 5 runs coming from the 15th. MCC 81 for 1, going at 5.4. Set to continue and runs through cow corner this time. Lots of work to do in the field. Chasing that one down. Gets it just inside the rope. They come back for 3. It's our first treble of the day, isn't it, James? Yes, it is. Playing across, as you can see, the furthest pitch away from the swimming pool pavilion. So cow corner, longest boundary today. That's where you'll find 3 runs. Oh, cheeky, inventive, but they had the trap in there, almost carried to the backward square, but beat that, went fine enough to go for 4. So big runs coming so far in the 16th as MCC now the very lucky 88 for 1. Look at that, picked it up outside off, scooped it around the corner for Roz. Maybe he's telling me in the scoring area that was cheeky. He tried to go cheeky again, missed it all. Hit him outside the line of off. Tried to go cheeky again. This time going out to a deepish mid-off. Shy of the stumps, goes all the way through to square leg. Just going over to that KCC match centre. Oh, that's big. It's not going to go for a maximum, but it is going to go for a 2 bouncer over the ropes for 4 down to the side screen at the bowling club end. Nicely played. One ball left of the 16th as O'Neill moves to 49. He's going to be staying on 49 as the over is dotted out. Good runs again. 12 off the 16th. MCC pushing up towards the century mark. 93 for 1. Going at 5.81. There's the run rate and continues to climb, pushing towards 6 as we push towards the first drinks break. Perhaps 3 overs time. Might get through to 19. It's now 11:07, so 8 more minutes. The quicks on, might be just 2 overs. I'm going to take 2 here. There's a big vacant gap backward of square. It should be leg buys and is. Now 95 on the board. He said that Eddie Chair's out there bowling from the other end. I see his daughter Lavinia, who plays with the KCC Maidens, over in the training nets as well. So both the Chair family down here today. One playing, one training. Train to win is the motto of Matt Chappell, who I think just ran out there on the field actually. He's now at Gully. Oh, that has got a big edge. Second slip would have taken that one, but there is no second slip, so diving effort. And first slip, unable to get a hand on it, goes racing away down to deep third for 4. MCC moved to 99. O'Neill on 49. Feroz on 39. Lots of 9s. Tom Booth still causing some issues out there. Unable to find a wicket so far, though. No change in the field, not putting a second slip in just yet. And that one getting a little bit of movement away still. Picks up the dot. Down the wicket, pulls hard, pulls well. Going to bring up the 100 for MCC going through mid-wicket. Nicely played to finish off the 17th. Big runs coming, 10 off the 17th MCC, 103 for 1. That was nicely played. Didn't get the black van. The target was there. And also the 100-run partnership up. Changing bowling from the bowling club end, Oscar Wong to bowl his first over. And with that, he wanted the single. They should have taken it. In the end, they do with a little bit of a misfield. Brings up the 50 for Jeremy O'Neill off 61 deliveries. Big applause for Jeremy. There's his wagon wheel. 61 deliveries, plenty of 4s in there. How many 4s is it there, James? 9 4s in his 50 today. Nice knock, an MCC half century for him. All the 1s for MCC. And a no ball. It's just an extra run. It's no other damage apart from having to re-bowl. All the 1s for MCC, 1-1-1 for 1. And all of a sudden, Feroz is up to 49 and not far away from his half century. We'll have to get the crowd to applaud again very shortly. And this will be the final over before the drinks break as well. So they've brought up the century. They've got a half century for O'Neill and can Feroz bring up his as he comes dancing down the track and then can only just make sure he gets bat on ball.
Wait, can you do the clapping thing again?
All the ones for MCC, 1-1-1 for 1. Down the pitch, hits straight. He's going to get the half century here. It's a matter of how much. He's going to pick it up with a boundary as the 50 for Feroz comes up in 47 deliveries. And bring up Feroz's wagon wheel as well. Lots of blue lines, one maximum as well, as he also joins the half century party for MCC. Two balls left, comes down the pitch, scoops up in the air, could be outs after getting it. Does. Davidson takes the catch. Feroz departs for 53. The second wicket falls for MCC on 115. Oscar Wong strikes in his first. That's going to push us into the drinks break here at Kowloon Cricket Club. The first session done. MCC, a good start, 115 for 2. As we will take a quick 5-minute drinks break here on KCC YouTube. Join us very shortly for the second session. Drinks break done here at Kowloon Cricket Club. Aaron Bush with you. Oscar Wong with one ball left after successfully dismissing the opener for Ros Baig with his fifth delivery. So Jack Mayton, the big hitting Jack, goes out to the middle at number 4. And a nice loopy delivery to finish off with. A fine first over for Oscar. As MCC after 18 are 115 for 2. You can see the two little circles there, spread far apart. 17 overs apart for those two. That second wicket partnership coming to an end. 114 run partnership it was in the end. Tom Booth to continue from the pavilion end. 3 overs, none for 12. Most of that coming in his third over. 10 runs off the... There's that 114. Bit hard to make out with white on white. O'Neill still out there, half century maker today. Made 23 on Friday and then got an absolute corker of a delivery from the pavilion end from Samir Carell that turned sideways. Quick single. Brings Matten back on strike. Likely to open the bowling for MCC again today. So coming in at number 4. And that Friday match, big score for MCC. They declared after 49 overs, 356 for 6. Helped by that 164 off 50 deliveries from Chris Carter. Carter scored 108 in sixes in that innings. 18 sixes to go with 11 fours. So what was that? 152 of his 164 was in boundaries. Wasn't interested in doing too much running. Had to do the wicket-keeping duty after that anyway. He's not playing today. Yasmin Daswani will do the wicket-keeping and will be coming in next to bat, I do believe. Slip and a gully in place, still for Booth. Gets a good one. Angling in. Maybe a ball outside the edge of the bat of Mayton. Get to see Arhan Trivedi, man sitting in slip, have a bowl. He toiled away on Friday as captain of the Kowloon Cricket Club 11. Oscar's the only spinner they've used so far, I believe, James. Is that correct? I think so. Everything else has been the medium paces. Dot to finish off with one single coming from the 19th MCC, 116 for 2. Oscar continuing. And O'Neill finds a gap through cover for 4 over towards the training nets. Pulled away, up, over, long on. That could have gone all the way, I think. No, 4 runs in the end. O'Neill taking a liking here to Oscar's bowling. And this one along the ground to Eddie at mid-off, so he picks up the dot after back-to-back 4s. Oh, that's a good delivery. Gets nice flight on that one, Oscar. Oh, that's a big full toss over waist height. That's going to be a no ball, plus 4 runs. Need to re-bowl that one. Just over pitching from Oscar. And this one along the ground to extra cover. Nice and full this time, just driven. Good sliding effort in the field from Eddie. Keeps it to a single. 15 runs coming from the 20th, MCC 131 for 2. Just the 5 bowlers used so far in the first 20. Doesn't look like we'll see a change just yet from the pavilion end as Tom Booth takes the ball in hand just off camera. And the bowling card I'm looking at. Been lots of dots in there, but also good runs coming as these two continue to push on. The number 3 and number 4 for MCC. Jack, he's taking his time. He's just the 1 off 7 at the non-striker's end. So Booth's look most likely to find a wicket here, but yet to get in the wicket column. O'Neill playing balls on their merit as he gets one up on around the hips off middle and leg. Pushes it back with a square so nicely. It's gone for 4. Just a gentle little flick and picks up another boundary. His 13th 4 of the innings. Watch the replay. He's picked that off middle, really, and flicked it around the corner, taking the square leg out of play, back live. And Happy to leave that one well alone outside off. Not interested in putting it back on the stumps there from Tom. And cuts away nicely. Can't get hands on it there. Davidson going aerial. Trying to cut that one off, but it goes through covers for 4. .4 this over. As O'Neill pushes his score up into the 70s now. Runner ball 72. This is a nice stroke as well. Nobody in the deep on the offside, so he can beat the infield and just times it to perfection. Beats the diving Davidson. As it stands, this one should be a dot from Tom Booth. Oh, what it was is almost an outside edge carrying to gully, just short of Chappell. One bounce at the gully position. So it is a dot. Having a look at the pitch there, O'Neill. Got one that did a little bit more than he was expecting. No 4 to finish off with. It's going to be a dot, so 2 boundaries coming in the 21st. MCC 138 for 2. Oscar Wong to bowl at 3rd, 1 for 26 so far. A little expensive in his 2nd, going for 14. Oh, that's the really good ball. I like that one. And Matten's just respectful and dots it onto the offside. Plenty of air from Oscar. Gives it flight. Not a lot of turn on offer on this pitch you wouldn't expect. It's going to be another good batting track. Had about 500 runs scored on that Friday game. So we're on target for probably a similar result today. Oh, that's in the air. It almost carries to point, just wide. It's a diving Chappell again. Moved around from gully previous over into the point position. It is. A bit down leg side this time. Got a bit of turn straighting, so Matten back on strike. This is nice and tidy from Oscar in his 3rd, with just 1 ball left. Can he close it out? And they're going to push on the arm of 80, who fires in but wide, so they'll get through for the single. Matten will retain strike. Just the 3 singles coming from the 22nd. MCC 141 for 2. Just flattening out the run rate, still up over 6.41. The last 2 overs, 8 from Booth and 3 from Oscar, slowing things down a touch. As Booth will bowl again into his 6th over. There's the baby bowling card, and no one's bowled more than 6 so far. Davidson with that 6 over opening spell. Booth into his 6th to become the 2nd one.
This is actually what's going out on YouTube. Okay, this swing. And this is the camera. So sometimes I can have the camera.
Oh, flick in the air. Just a flick of the wrist, 4 runs. Wasn't far away from going all the way. Jack gets his first boundary of the day. This dribble guided to Chappell at Gully. There he is, just coming on screen, then leaving screen. Shoulders, arms outside off. 1 ball remaining. Just the boundary so far of Booth's 6th. MCC pushing towards the 150 mark. Just the 2 wickets down. They got that 356 in 49 on Friday. Not going that fast. Does he get the edge there? I think he does. He's walking. Booth gets his first wicket right at the end of his 6th. Matten out for 6 as MCC lose their 3rd on 145. Good glove work there from Fergus Lamb, combining with Tom Booth and get the wicket. I said he looked most likely to find a wicket, and he finally does, Tom Booth. As the 3rd wicket falls. Jack not really getting a start today as Yasmin Dazwani heads out to the middle at number 5. Yasmin will be at the non-strikers end. Wicket-keeper batter from Hong Kong China women's team. Benny, she'll be heading off on tour very shortly. In fact, about 10 days from today. Pre-tour in Sri Lanka for the women's team, and then off to Thailand for the World Cup qualifier Asia's, which will be broadcast live on ICC TV, and I will be commentating. off to Bangkok in May for a couple of weeks. Join the women's team and the 8 other teams that are in that qualifying group. Gets through 80 and will go for 4. Again, Jeremy looking strong, keeps it along the ground. Put down a misfield there to the captain. He apologises to Oscar as it got through the hands. It was hit nicely. There's the replay of the apology. Oh, a bit of a drag down this one. It's driven out into the deep. They do have coverage with Booth sitting out at deep cover. So a single, and it'll bring Yasmin Daswani on strike for the first time today. 150 up with that single as well for MCC. And a very nice clip, 23.2 overs so far. So on target for 300 plus before the lunch break, perhaps. Yasmin just waits on that one. A little bit of turn straightening there for Oscar. This is not going to be a pitch that turns sideways like we saw on Friday. Maybe there's a couple of spots that it may, but so far not seeing a great deal of turn. That said, Oscar's been the only one with the spin bowling so far today. Swept away and work to do in the outfield. Will get cut off. Nice piece of fielding coming around from backward square. Yaz will come back for a double to get her runs underway. Oh, that almost carried to Davidson at mid-wicket. One bounce. Oh, and a direct hit from Jay. Just trying to throw it into Oscar. It was too good. Under the stumps. Stays a dot. 1 ball left of the 24th. 7 runs so far off the over. A little chat from the captain to Oscar. Like the signal was to give it a bit more float, a bit of spin. Oh, there's the float. I mean, it's a full toss. It's in the air. Might have been a trap because Yaz has almost put that down the throat of the deep square leg. Falls just a little bit short, keeps it to a single. Yasmin will retain strike with 8 runs coming from the 24th. MCC bringing up the 150. They're 153 for 3. Tom Booth, after getting a wicket, is going to have a break after the 6 over spell. Ronnie Chu to come into the attack for the first time today from the pavilion end. Daswani on strike, 3 off 4 so far. Still some chat going on. And Ronnie, and Captain Andy Lee, and giving some instructions. Slip in place and gully, so similar setup to what Tom Booth bowling had. Waits on an outside off, tip and run, puts pressure on Booth at point and does well. He makes the fumble, allows the single. O'Neill, 78 off 77. Can he push on and be the second centurion of this MCC Outmatch series for 24-25? Atkinson last year with a double century. Carter on Friday with a 164. O'Neill, 78 at the moment, looking good. Not going to beat Booth this time at point. Winds up. Oh, that almost carried. Gets through the mid-off fielder. That one that was sort of right at the toes. Chance for a diving catch, perhaps, but in the end, it's going to be a boundary. That one's stuck in the wicket a bit. Just trying to flat bat it. That one goes to point as well. Oh, I think that's a drop catch there. Bump ball. Oh, yeah, chopped down into the turf. I was getting a bit excited. Just good piece of fielding. Left alone outside off. So a boundary and a single coming from Ronnie's first after 25. MCC 158 for 3. O'Neill into the 80s now, and he's run a ball 82. Oscar being shown faith by the captain, 80 Lee. He's going to bowl his 5th over. Just 3 wickets down so far for MCC. Oscar's got one of them, so you can be very proud of that record already. Yasmin on strike. Just helps that around the corner. Takes another single, rotates back to O'Neill. Quite like the bowling of Wong today. Found quite a few boundaries off his bowling. Oh, that's in the air, but it's hit too hard. 4 runs. And a wideish long on. Wide of Cow Corner. Takes another boundary. Moves to 86. And that's going to get the same treatment, pretty much the same region, same result. 4 runs, back-to-back 4s, as O'Neill moves to 90. along the ground. Takes a dot. Hit hard, hit well by Yasmin Daswani through extra cover. Had Booth out in the deep, took him out of play and smashed a boundary. First four for Yasmin. Finish off the over, 14 coming from it. MCC 172 for 3. A bit wide there as he was getting into his end of his 5th over. Guides it along the ground to gully, not for the first time today, O'Neill. Talking about him moving, trying to pick up another century for the MCC on this outmatch 2-game series, and he's 9 runs away. Ronnie was tidy in his first, though. 1 boundary and a single. Using the wrists, he's going to find a boundary again. Bring up his 19th 4 to move to 95. Really good wrist work here from O'Neill. He's got to have a nice highlights package as well. One thing we haven't seen today is a maximum. 1 maximum off the no ball, that's right. Earlier on, I think it was Feroz that got that one. None for O'Neill in his 95 off 88, which shows how he's kept it under control. That's in the air, but pops over the top of mid-wicket down to the boundary cafe for another boundary. Moves to 99. Off the hips to bring up the century for Jeremy O'Neill. Again, a fine knock. 91 deliveries with 24s in his 100. And have a look at his wagon wheel as well. There it goes. Look at that. All those blues, 24s. That's 80 of his 100 coming in boundaries off just 91 deliveries. Fabulous knock. Yasmin back on strike. Takes the dot to finish off the over. 9 runs coming from the 27th. MCC 181 for 3.
But they need to give us the ability in a menu to select the ones.
Matt Chappell to bowl his first over, bowling from the bowling club end. Bit of turn in to start with for Chappell. Looking behind us, I see the food arriving for lunch break coming at 12:30. Shop down on the offside. Good ball from Chappell again. So it is tick under 30 minutes before we hit the luncheon interval here at Kowloon Cricket Club. This MCC outmatch. O'Neill bringing up his century already. Looks to sweep that one down the leg side. Good keeping from Fergus. Followed it down the leg side. Whips it away through square. Work to do for Davidson coming around from deep mid-wicket. He will pick up just inside the ropes. They'll push back for 2. Two balls left of Chappell's first. Tidy so far. Lots of dust flying up as the pitch dries out more and more. Dusty area off the pitch as well. Goes the reverse this time. Doesn't go anywhere, just dribbles on through to Fergus. Will be just the 2 runs coming from the 28th. MCC 183 for 3. Oh, cut beautifully backward of point by Yasmin for another boundary. She's picked up 2. Yasmin into double figures now. Driving hard as well again. Oh, good fielding at mid-off. Keeps it to a dot. Yaz has to go back. Squared up and bobbles, but mid-wicket push back, so no carry. Keeps the dots going. Good bowling from Ronnie. And cut away off that first delivery. But a hat-trick of dots in to this over with 2 balls left. Cutting again, but this time picking out Davidson at cover. Has a shy at the stumps just to keep O'Neill honest. Chappell to continue. Very tidy in his first as expected. This one here. Almost feathered it through to Fergus. Breeze picking up a little bit around Kowloon Cricket Club. Just shuttering the sight screen down there at the bowling club end, the more exposed end where the camera is attached. And that's where that one's heading as it goes rolling down to the bowling club. Another boundary for Jeremy. Picks it up outside off, Fuller from Chappell. So they've put the long on in place now as he scored plenty of runs down in that region today. Hunter Vetti went and fetched the ball and stayed out there. Ricochet allows the single. No deep point or cover for Daswani, where she is very strong. No deep square leg either, it looks like, where she's been scoring as well. There's a deep mid-wicket of Jay Davidson, who just appeared outside of the tents, down directly below our broadcast area. And that's where that one's heading. It won't carry all the way. 2 bounces to Jay. One ball left of the 30th is MCC. Now moving towards the double century mark. Sun breaking through the clouds. It's a long way down the pitch. So, appeal denied by umpire Shroy Vasha. End of the over. 6 runs coming from the 30th MCC, 193 for 3. Steady worm it has been all day today for MCC. Hong Kong 11 toiling away out there. Just the 3 wickets so far in 30 overs. Ronnie is going to bowl a 4th. And that's going to be a boundary to start with. That is smoked from Daswani. Picked the gap between bowler and mid-off. Races away to the short boundary towards the members' pavilion. And that's the 3rd 4 for Yasmin. Mid-off now standing further back, trying to cover more ground. This time does manage to cut it off, but moving to the left means picks that one up. Well, this one should be a maximum. It could be O'Neill's first of the day. It is. Goes all the way back over Ronnie's head. Took him to his 102nd delivery, Jeremy O'Neill, to score a maximum. Got one just where he wanted. Waited on it. Stand and deliver stuff. It looks a lot like Chris Carter, actually, without the helmet on. So it's doing what Chris Carter did in game 1, and this time it's going to be the O'Neill show for MCC. He picks up his 22nd 4 after that big maximum. This over bringing up the 200 for MCC as well. 15 off it, still 2 balls remaining. Can't find a run. It's picked up by 80 at just backward of square. So it picks up a valuable dot. This one pushed to extra cover. Finishes off with a couple of dots. 15 runs coming from the 31st MCC 208 for 3. Tries to hit hard through square, but Booth is there as Chappell moves into his third over. 2 in his first, 2 runs in his first, 6 in his second. Starting with dots again. Andy Lee in slip now. It's full. Just pushed out into deep mid-wicket to Davidson for a single. There's one feeling like she might have missed out there. Probably did, but got too much more on it. It would have carried to Davidson. Now with O'Neill back on strike, Trivedi moves back out to long on. Ronnie Chews at a deepish mid-off. Reverse on offer, reverse taken, 4 runs. Down to the boundary cafe again. He's telegraphed that one early, but he still picked it up beautifully. As soon as it had released from the hands of Chappell, went the switch. No deep third in place, so clever play, picking the gap between slip and backward point. This time trying to sweep on the leg side. Almost bobbles back onto the stumps, just pushes down leg. That one taking Trivedi out of the game because that's gone all the way to the long boundary down to the bowling club for another maximum as O'Neill moves to 127. One ball left. Winds up and just gets into the dirt. End of the over, 32 done. MCC 220 for 3. Paco Chow back into the attack. One of the 3 wicket takers today as he yeets one down the leg side, but MCC rules since that's a dot. Jeremy's checking the channels, asking the question. Umpire Shiraz Vasha. Maybe he said, Jeremy, you can hit that if you want. Don't have to let it go down leg. Now he's just showing on screen how far across it'd have to have been to get bat on ball. It's in the books as a dot as Paco resets. Oh, what a ball this is. That came back in off the seam. Somehow squirted it through leg side with a short fine. Good ball from Paco. Another one. Well down. Oh, that's a no ball. In fact, it's a wide. Only put one hand out. Did put two hands out in the end. It's landed in the tram lines. Jeremy probably still asking the question, why didn't I get the wide? Yasmin gets the wide. Was wider. Very full as well. So Paco just struggling at the moment to get that line right. This time does, right on the middle stump. All the twos for MCC. 2-2-2. And has it been taken? Yes, it has. As Chapel, what's happened there? What have I missed? I thought that hold to Chapel. Did he put it down in the end? Whatever it is, it's a dot. Yasmin's still out there. Now Rob salt in the wound, picks up a boundary. Daswani moves to 24. Chapel into his fourth. They'll find a single. Ronnie doesn't release the trigger on that one. Lets them get through for the one. Can't beat the extra cover fielder this time. And Paco doing some good fielding. Keeps it to a dot. Partnership. 82 runs now. Off only 62 deliveries. Powering away. Again picks out Paco. And again can't beat Paco. Dot. Back, not far away from Chapel, goes straight. Gets four. Daswani, fifth boundary in her 28 now over a runner ball. As we power on through towards the luncheon interval, coming up in 7 minutes' time. A couple more overs perhaps. It's been a good morning for the MCC. 2:31 for 3. That flicked away backward a square. It's going to go for 4 as well. Into Singh can't chase that one down. There's one. He wanting to perhaps get a half century before the luncheon interval here. Picked up 8 runs this over already. Nice sweep shot. Mac line for the final delivery of the 34th. And this watchful out to point. So it'll be 9 runs from 34. MCC going at 6.91. They're 235 for 3. From the pavilion end again, Paco Chow, and again, just pushing it down the leg side. What do you think, James? Can we get another over in after this one? Probably one more before the luncheon interval. Unless we have a lost ball or something. Haven't seen any big sixes through the Yakko zone so far today. That's the zone going to the leg side. So named after the man that scored 200 last year in the MCC games, Jamie Atkinson. That's going 4 down towards the members' pavilion instead. Nice and straight. Can't find any runs through extra cover. So more dots for Paco. Just bleeds the occasional boundary. Big wicket back in the second over. Seems a long time ago. It was almost 2.5 hours ago. 2 balls left of the 35th. That's the good line. Just outside off, angling in. Not putting it up into the slot for O'Neill to put it back over his head. Just keep the length back a touch. Well, there's a discussion between the Vasher twins umpires. Don't know what it is about. I rarely know what those two are talking about at the best of times. I can't hear them out in the middle. So we'll dot out, 35 done, MCC 239 for 3, 2 minutes away from the luncheon interval. So we will bowl one more, I think. Who's going to get the duties? Is Chappell going to continue? No, he's not. It looks like we're going to take the lunch break right now, in fact, as the players head off towards the swimming pool pavilion in the luncheon interval. 35 overs done, MCC 239 for 3. Just before we go, we'll pull up the batting and bowling card. Run through this morning's action here live from KCC. There's the batting card for MCC, a very healthy looking one. A half century for opener Feroz Bag, 53 off 48. Matt Rawnsley not getting started today, but Jeremy O'Neill coming out at number 3, not out, 134. Jack Matten also quiet today, out for 6, but Yasmin Daswani, 32 off 29. The bowling card for the Hong Kong 11 today. Used 7 bowlers so far. Davidson and Paco opening up proceedings. So Paco getting a wicket in his first over, 1 for 33. A single wicket for Tom Booth and Oscar Wong as well. So 35 overs done. MCC coming into the lunch break. They'll come back out. I'm sure no declaration yet. 2:39 for 3. Join us in around 40 minutes time here live from Kowloon Cricket Club. Has been giving herself some room, but straight back to Ahan. Not sure about the players, but broadcaster's got a food coma at the moment. Or rather just have a quick nap at the moment. But 40 minutes, not enough time to have a nap, so these two back out in the middle. 94-run partnership between Yasmin Daswani and Jeremy O'Neill. Chopped away, backward a point. A lot of spin on it as well. Will get cut off before making the boundary. Ronnie Chu doing the duties at the point position. Captain Adi Lee in first slip. In the Sing at cover. Paco at extra cover. Eddie Chair at mid-off. For defence from Jeremy. Chappell at mid-on. Tom Booth at mid-wicket. David Lau, I think, perhaps at square leg. And Jay Davidson out at deep mid-wicket. Nice tidy start from Ahan. Just a single coming from the 36. 204 for 3, MCC. Jay Davidson is going to have a bowl after lunch. See how much of a food coma the Namibian nightmare has. I'm having a Nigerian nightmare after lunch. Told you I needed a nap. Brain stopped working. A country in Africa starting with N. I had a 50-50 chance. As teases that one off the pads, a bit full. Eddie does the work all the way down at the sheds on the shipping containers. Patrolling the boundary down near the scoreboard. Brings O'Neill back on strike. Off the pad, again down to Eddie, it'll be on leg by as it straight down the leg side. I think it was a leg by, not signalled. There we go. That was nowhere near the bat. Shiraz almost fell over trying to signal that leg bite. Yaz back on strike. 34 off 34. Pushes that one out to mid-wicket for another dot. Is there an edge on that one? Seems not. Matt Chappell at first slip there, next to Fergus. There's also a gully position as well. Oh, a little inventive early signal. Almost lost the top of your off stump there, Yasmin Daswani. Came right along a long way across. See if the full replay will show. Might cut out. It does, but yeah, came all the way across onto that offside and played it inside the body. Just missed the top of off. Jay will know that. Might find one that goes on angling at the off stump this time. Certainly was. So bat on ball from Daswani. Dots out the 37th. Just the 2 runs coming from it. MCC 242 for 3. Good starts for 3 batters for Oz, Jeremy and now Yasmin. Straight on, outside the line of off for Ahan. And I'll get a single here off the 5th delivery. Everyone just a little slow after lunch. Oh, good one off the middle stump. Just pushed back would have squared and off the over. 1 run from it. 38. Done. 243 for 3. Davidson continuing. Scooped out onto the leg side. Good fielding keeps that down to 1. Nice and straight again onto that off stump from Davidson. Only trying to play inside at this time from Daswani. Bit of a travel down the pitch, push and run. Makes the ground safely before the ball, and the bail came off there with the throw in. There's the replay as it pushes out. Watch the bail just drop off for the throw in. Nice little throw. Safely home. Oh, 100 partnership up for these two. Another good ball from Davidson, nipping back in. You can see partnerships, 100. It's not the biggest one of the day yet, but it's not far away from it. 93 deliveries, 16 fours, 2 maximums in the 100-run partnership between Jeremy O'Neill and Yasmin Dazwani. There's an appeal. It's going down leg. Was onto the pads. The dot, one ball remaining. Another one onto the pads, but just going to slide down the leg side. Maybe an inside edge as well. Watch on the replay. Cleared the bat. Was angling down towards the leg side. So end of a very tidy over. 2 runs coming from it. Trivedi to continue. 2 overs, none for 2. There's 1 run coming from both of his first 2 overs for Ahan. He's going to continue with dot balls. So he's bowled 11 now. Full and driven. Can't beat that offside set up. It's pretty tight there. Cover, extra cover, and wide-ish mid-off. And that one's going fine. Work to do. Won't get there. That's going to the ball get there. That's for sure. 4 runs. Back live, and it's going to be back-to-back boundaries as it beats that offside cordon. Runs this down towards the curator's shed. Might have gone under a tractor. Good fielding by the ground staff down underneath the scoreboard. Got the ball back. Oh, 3 fours in a row. The 250 was brought up. And now another one. Yaz, 47 of 46. The 9th 4. Enjoying this batting against Ahan in his 3rd. He was very, very cheap. His first 2. It's possible that one's just been put down. Yasmin on 49. It's just going to be just off camera, backward of square. This is the replay. And it's the 4 before it. There it is, the sweep around the corner. It's bobbled about 3 times in the end. Put down. There's one. It's 47, not 49 for Daswani. Apologies. Into his 9th over today for the big floppy hair of Jay Davidson. No man bun anymore. He's just going the mop. I believe the direct quote was, "I'm just going to let the flocks fly, the locks fly," from Jay at the lunch break. Let the fox lie. Let the flocks lie. Let the locks fly. Oh, that's just a punch for 4 past the right hand of Davidson. Sweetly timed by O'Neill, who moves to 140. You see on the replay, it's just a stand punch. Make sure he keeps it outside of that big mitts of Davidson. Picks up another boundary. How many is that now, James? 25 fours. He's got 100 runs now in 4s. Again, nipping back in. See, onto the thigh pad. A little bit high, but another good ball. He's testing O'Neill. A little battle between Davidson and Jeremy, the 2 J's. Again with the shuffle back, but this time gets bat on it outside to the leg side. Daswani back on strike with 1 ball left to the 41st. 47 on the board. 117 run partnership now. And gone straight through the gate this time. Finds the middle stump. Daswani out for 47 as MCC lose their 4th on 262. Davidson gets his first. The old you miss, I hit. As this one cannons into the middle stump. Shuffled across, played inside it. Not happy. She's got to go. And a 117 run partnership comes to an end. As we wait for the number 6 batter. Looks like Harry Kukreja will come out to the crease at number 6 as Yasmin gets a big round of applause for her 47. Good score on the board already for MCC. It's going to be a tough chase for the Hong Kong 11 when the declaration eventually comes. MCC batting 49 overs in that Friday game. Not as many runs on the board as that game, but still a big score. Probably bat through to the 50 over mark at least, you'd think. Just make sure, push the runs up towards 300. Trivedi bowling to O'Neill. After Yaz took Trivedi for 12 last over, she's back in the dugout, so back to the dot balls. Comes down and pushes in hard because he's already halfway down the pitch. We'll take the single. I'm going to head back to KCC Match Centre and have a look at Friday's results. I don't think Harry came out to bat in that game. No, we didn't get to see Harry with bat in hand in game one, so he's out there for the first time for the MCC this weekend. End of the over. He survives, just the single coming from it. MCC 263 for 4 after 42. The run rate still up over 6 at 6.26. Nicely driven. Straight into Singh at mid-off. On the hips. Or tip and run. Harry to get his first runs. Good running. Gets through safely. And to run around the big body of Jay Davidson. Good Yorker ball, but it's an overstep, no ball. You can see by the bowling marks at both ends, not a lot of left-handers playing this weekend. Don't think we've seen one. Well, Dan Pascoe's playing. He bowled a few overs on Friday, but he bowls around the wicket most of the time anyway, so... Ash Caddy pretends to bowl left-handed. Didn't bowl on Friday. Hoping in this, what will be a 6 or 7 hour broadcast, he doesn't see that comment and hear that comment. Just joking, Ash. Captain for MCC. Another one onto the hips. So I'll take a quick single. Little scoop onto the leg side, dot ball to finish with. 4 runs coming from the 43rd MCC, 267 for 4. Going for any runs. So he's had the 4 overs. He went for 12 in 1, and the other 3 he's gone for singles. O'Neill now slowing down a touch after the lunch break. Exactly a run of ball, 144. He's one maximum away from his 150. More dots from Ahan. He was expensive on Friday. Everyone was, as they copped the Chris Carter treatment. Look at the KCC match centre and have a look at his figures on Friday. 4 overs, none for 58. Well, he's slightly better today. Big full one. We've got a leading edge there, very low down. Shin height for Fergus. Look at the replay. He might have went straight into the ground if it did get an edge anyway. So it was just good glove work. He's been good with the gloves today. The under-17 KCC wicket keeper, Fergus Lamb. Jeremy just happy to dot out Ahan at the moment. Trying to find the singles. There's a big gap forward of square. Chappell's at a very straight mid-wicket. Pretty much at wicket height. So uses the feet, somehow finds a gap through the gully region. David Lau comes around and picks up. Moves to 145. Kukreja back on strike. Finds the final few deliveries from Ahan's 5th. Dragged down short of 1. Bit of a gift for Harry. And he says, thank you very much. I'll accept your present, Ahan Trivedi, and take you for a 4 to finish off the 44th. MCC 272 for 4. O'Neill on 145. Goes straight but can't beat Singh at mid-on. My two friends in broadcast, Obi Lee and James Robinson. We were hoping we could get O'Neill's 150 at 1:50 p.m, but it's now 1:51 p.m. So he needs to hit a 6 right now to be 1:51 at 1:51. It's the small things that amuse us. What he's going to do is take one into the ribs. Shoulders, arms, as it does taper back in a little bit, but nowhere near finding that off stump. Not sure what the little chat is between O'Neill and Davidson, but every time Jay turns around, there's a smile on his face. Smiles from Slip as well. Smiles all round for the MCC outmatch against the Hong Kong 11 here, live from Kowloon Cricket Club for a Sunday afternoon. Middle of April. And swings hard on this one. That should bring up a 4. That'll move to 149. Been trying to pivot on a few of them of late, but this time Jeremy gets it exactly where he wants it. Picked up outside the off line and put out to deep mid-wicket. Back live as Davidson comes steaming in, shuffles back again. Can't find the single to get to 150 just yet. One ball left to the 45th. Wonder whether a declaration is coming soon for MCC. What the captain, Ash Caddy, has in mind as a total he thinks is enough to defend. Okay, James telling me more number stats. If he hits a 4 here, he'll be 153 at 153. He's not. He's going to go for a single and bring up his 150. It's been a marvellous knock all the same, even if it doesn't time out with the timing. 150 off 154. 26 boundaries, 26 fours, 2 maximums in the 150. And there's the wagon wheel. It's going to be a busy, busy wagon wheel with all those 4s and 6s. The big red lines are the 6s. All those blues are 4s. And put the wagon wheel up on the scoreboard as well since it's the end of the over. And let Jeremy have a look at how he scored his 150. It's been a brilliant knock for the MCC team today. What happened to our lamp assistant, Obi Lee? I know what's happened. He's gone running down to grab a chair to watch on to the action because his dad's coming into the attack for the first time today. Obi Lee, captain of Hong Kong 11, to bowl from the bowling club end. O'Neill on strike. Starts with a dot. A charge down, outside edge, goes just past Jay Davidson in first slip. Goes all the way for 4. Not putting it in the books as a chance. Well, if we had 2 slips in it, would be a chance. Watch on the replay. It's a good ball from 80. Not far away from carrying. Back live as Lee resets and he gets his run up a little bit out of whack. Starts again. Again, charge down, this time out of the middle and picks it up nicely. Work to do. Trivedi does the slide in the field, keeps it to 1. That's a wonderful piece of fielding. Four runs for Cook-Redger with the reverse this time. Nicely played. Well, that 4 was being hit. I was just having a little bit of a look down into the MCC dugout. James, do you notice what I notice? Nobody has any pads on, which makes us think perhaps a declaration is coming sometime soon. If a wicket is to fall, then that might be a declaration for MCC. It's going to be another boundary. Harry goes big on the offside. Through covers for 4. Finish off the over. 290 for 4 on the books. And with this boundary, we'll watch the replay, but then we'll come back and show you some footage to explain what's going on here. As we were just discussing about nobody with pads on in the MCC. The players are heading off. MCC are going to declare here. 290 for 4 declared after 46 on the back of Jeremy O'Neill's big 155 off 157. So we're going to go into the innings break here. 10 minutes at Kowloon Cricket Club as the teams will switch. Hong Kong 11 put the pads on and head out, needing 291 for victory. Join us in around 8 or 9 minutes' time. Innings break done here at Cowlane Cricket Club. Aaron Bush with you. 291 on the board. 291 required, I should say. 290 on the board for MCC after the declaration. 290 for 4. Jack Matten to bowl. And A.D. Lee on strike, the captain for Hong Kong 11. Feather with the wrists. Squirts one backward of square. Nigel Froth does the fielding. Think it's a 7-2 offside field. I'm going to turn the camera around slightly to see the big long slips cordon. There's 3 in the slips plus a gully. And then a cover mid-off, mid-on. And Nigel at square leg. Did that get me 11 plays? No, there's someone else somewhere. Work to do. Gets 3 Yaz. Could be 4 buys here to start the runs. Another runs for the Hong Kong 11. Fergus Lamb out there, the wicket keeper, getting a nice easy first delivery down the leg side. James, we had a question. Oh, it's me that asked the question. We didn't have an answer to it in the Friday game, which I've just been reminded of through this delivery. And just dots that one onto the leg side. So at times they had a silly mid-catching position with the helmet on, and then Carter with the helmet on, and then they went back to the quick bowling, and they had 2 helmets behind Carter while he was keeping. My question was, what's the penalty if it hits both helmets? Is it 10 runs or is it just the one singular 5-run penalty? Now, you're an umpire and a scorer, so there's your question. Been waiting 2 days to ask you that one.
I think it's isn't it a dead ball after it hits the first one?
Okay, that could be very good. So putting a second helmet behind doesn't cost you anything.
I think it's a dead ball after.
But yeah.
It's still hitting it.
Yeah, and if it hits it and goes for 4, it's still only 5, isn't it? Is it 9? I think I've stumped him. Continuing on, that one nipped back in and went down the leg side. Yaz has to go and do the fielding, get through for another bye. Well, it's the MCC Outmatch Series, and James has brought out the MCC, the Laws of Cricket Handbook for me. End of the over, 6 runs coming from it, another 285 required for Hong Kong 11. Ash Caddy, the captain of MCC, will bowl with the left arm from the pavilion end. Was talking about in that first innings how dusty it is on the right-hand side with all the right-hand bowlers we've had. Nice fresh crease for Caddy to bowl into. Two slips and a gully for Caddy. Oh, fast into the back thigh pad, I think, there of Fergus. Caddy starting fiercely, as he does. Fergus looking back, hoping that didn't roll onto the stumps. It didn't. Oh, he's just let that slide off the side of the bat, I think. That's come clear off the outside edge and gone for 4. Fergus gets his first as he clears the slip cordon. Yeah, I'm 99% positive that has come off the side of Fergus's bat. Flowing away for 4. Back live. Keeps the bat out of the way as it pushes across the body this time. Ten runs on the board already. Good start for the Hong Kong 11. Flicks that one off the pads, but picks out mid-wicket. It's Feroz there, doing the fielding. He was very good in the field on Friday. He picked himself up a half century this morning, of course, opening the batting for MCC. Dots that one out as well. 1 ball left. Onto the pads, but going well down leg, and a no ball. So we'll have to that one bowled again. I think he's clipped the stumps. Stumps being put together as we come back for this delivery. Oh, very close to finding that outside edge, but 5 runs in the end coming off the second. Hong Kong 11 are 11 for the loss of no wicket, needing another 280 from here. Matten to continue from the bowling club end. Very tidy start. Just the 1 run off his bowling, but there was 5 more byes on top of that one. Straight down leg a few times, and that's got good bat on ball. And it's going to beat Shroff at square leg. Race away for 4. Round of applause for 80 getting his first boundary by his son Obi up here in broadcast. You like that one, Obi? Nods. Big yes after a clap. Might hear a fair bit of that. 80 can get into the runs. Waits on this one. This could be 4 as well. Punch through point and takes another boundary. Back-to-back 4s for Lee. We've finished our investigation into the helmet. If it hits the first helmet, the ball is immediately dead, so it can't hit 2 helmets. So you can have as many bits of gear as you like lined up behind that first helmet. Of course, I guess the longer it is, the more chance that something could cannon into it. Doesn't matter if it ricochets and goes anywhere else. It's just dead ball immediately, 5 runs. which is what we thought it was, but just wanted to check. The MCC Laws of Cricket Handbook. Always handy to have in your backpack, isn't it, James? I knew you'd have one in there. I just knew it. So. Two balls left. A couple of boundaries to start with. Fighting back. Matten with a couple of dots. And that's cut away. He's going to find the gap this time through extra cover region. Beats the infield. That's stacked. Slips cordon. I think there's not too many people able to cut that one off. Dan Pascoe's the man at cover. Couldn't cover that one. Pun intended. Swinging hard, but doesn't really time this one onto the leg side. But he'll take the single retained strike after a big over. 13 runs coming from the third. Hong Kong 11, 24 for the loss of no wicket after 3, needing another 267. Caddy to continue. Bowled all the first over to Fergus Lamb. So A.D. Lee will get his first deliveries from the left arm quick. And he looks to pull, but toe of the bat ends up on the offside dot ball. A little slow off the pitch perhaps. Lee getting through the shot before the ball arrived. This time gets it fine. Work to do. Yasmin has to chase that one down with the gloves. No one else anywhere near the ball, so she's gone all the way down to the boundary. Backward a square on the 45 to pick that one up. Saves 2. Finds a gap between gully and point. More runs. Not going to make the boundary. Sharp does the fielding. Another 2 runs. Yay Daddy again is the call from our assistant broadcaster today, O.B. Lee. 80 moves to 18. Straight back to Ash. Fergus has to scamper back. He's been backing up quite a long way. Fergus Lamb. I want to watch if Adrian just manages to punch one very straight. A hand gets on it. And goes aerial on the leg side, not enough on it. Feroz gets underneath it, takes the catch. Caddy gets the breakthrough, the captain to captain. And the Hong Kong 11 captain, A.D. Lee, has to depart on 18 as they lose their first on 28. Easy catch for Feroz Bag. And Caddy's got his first. Into Singh to come in at number 3, joining Fergus. Nice little cameo from 80, but trying a little bit too much from the pace of Ash Caddy and skying it up in the air. One ball left. Oh, the direct hit. Caddy wasn't back at the stumps, so didn't want to release the trigger in case it went for 4 overthrows. So they survive. A risky first single to get off the mark for Indus Singh. You can see a little remonstration. Nobody was backing up, so the throw couldn't go in. It's wise cricket, though, not throwing the ball. Jack Matton will continue. It's expensive in his last over, going for 13, but the man that did that damage is no longer out in the middle. Still with the 3 slips and a gully. Good first up delivery from Jack to Inder. Was very close. Only one stump to aim at. I think it was Pascoe with the left arm. Another risky run. They get through. See the pick up and throw from Dan. It was going to be out of it, direct hit, but it was wide. Backing up from Nigel Schroff keeps it to 1. Fergus Lamb back on strike, 4 off 11. Shuffles across and shows his off stump there, but it goes over the top. Leaves that well alone, well outside off. Another dot. Oh, that's really nicely timed stand-up defence. It's going to get 2 for Fergus, as Feroz does some good fielding again. End of the over, 3 runs coming from the 5th. Hong Kong 11, 32 for 1, needing another 259 from here. Caddy continuing. That's close, but it's out. I thought it was close. I wasn't sure if it pitched outside the line of leg, but it was definitely going to go rattling onto the stumps. So that's the end of Inter Singh for 2. Hong Kong 11, 32 for 2. This will give us a good angle on where this one pitched. Oh, yeah, I think it was pitching on the stumps as it went on as well. Good ball from Ash. Gets his second. Ahan Trivedi heads to the crease in the 6th over at number 4. He's captain for KCC 11 against the MCC on Friday. And they're playing 11 for Hong Kong 11 today. I see Harsha warming up with the left arm as well. 3 left armers in the MCC playing 11 today. That was honing in on the stumps as well. Well navigated by Ahan. Again, making him hop up in the air. Right over the top of that off stump. Did he get some bat on it? No. Yes, he has. Didn't get the bat out of the way in the time. The feather, the big appeals from the slip cord and gave it away. And Ashley's got 3. And the very dangerous Ahan Trivedi's out for a duck. Replay on the reverse angle. Oh, he must have just got the... Did he get the handle of the bat or maybe a little bit of glove, but just couldn't get out of the way in time. What a fierce ball that was. Caddy's fired up, 3 for 10. Jay Davidson coming in at number 5. They've still got Tom Booth to bat as well. He can definitely bat. Getting through that top order pretty quickly here, MCC. Still around over an hour away from the tea break. What's happened there? Gone through everything. Wait for the signal from umpire Shiraz. It's a bye. There's the replay. For me, who was... That's the feather. That's the glove. That's the dismissal of Ahan Trivedi. Yeah, that's the one that just got through Yaz as it kicked away. Fergus back on strike live. Shuffles across as it goes down leg. Double wicket over. Double wicket maiden for Ash Caddy. Just the bye coming from it. What a big over that was. After 6, Hong Kong 11 are all threes. 33 for 3. Requiring another 258. Worm's fine. Those 3 red dots are not. As Jack Madden takes the cap off again from the bowling club end. Matten to Davidson. Oh, flicks off the pad nicely. That's a boundary. Shroff can't cut that one off. He'll only have to go and pick that one off the fence. Davidson gets his first runs with a very nice through square leg for flick over the top of the umpire and the infielder. Oh, and immediately out. Matten strikes as Kukreja takes a great catch at gully. That's the end of Davidson. 4th wicket falls. Hong Kong 11 in all sorts of strife as Davidson departs for 4. They're 37 for 4. Easiest of catches for Harry Kukreja as Jay departs with a cameo 4. Tom Booth, I should say, comes to the crease at number 6. Perhaps the last of the recognised batters for Hong Kong 11. 1 hour away from the tea break here. We got to make it that far. Need a fight back here from the Hong Kong 11. The MCC 11 are up and about today. They did a big job on the KCC 11 on Friday. And they're doing something similar here today. Won by 175 runs on Friday against KCC. Well, Hong Kong 11 with 6 wickets in hand still need another 254. Well, the two opening bowlers getting the job done for MCC this afternoon here at Kowloon Cricket Club. Matten's got Tom Booth on strike. He defends one, angling in. Nicely played. Good ball as well. Oh, picks a gap just backward of, well, through point actually. Pascoe was at a forward point, and he's going to start with the boundary as well. So two players this over getting off the mark with the boundary. One of them back in the sheds already. And stands up on this one, leaves it well alone. A little bit of shape late after it's gone past the stumps, that one. It was trailing away and then just sort of wiggled back to Yaz. And stand up defence as well to finish off. 8 runs and a wicket coming from the 7th. Hong Kong 11, 41 for 4. They need another 250 exactly from here with 6 wickets in hand. Sharp into the attack. Can bowl left arm quick. It doesn't look like he's going to bowl left arm quick. Looks like he's going to bowl his left arm wrist spin. Now the leg slip comes into place. Kukuj has moved out of gully, moved to that leg slip position. Caddy in first, Ronsley in second, and O'Neill in third. And well, that one there, bounce once, gets through the gap between first and second slip and races away. Fergus is going to get some more runs here. Leaves this one alone. Sort of an arm ball. Not much turn on offer on this pitch. Just pace and push across the body and from the left arm of Harsh across Fergus's offside. Winds up big on this one. Plays inside it. Perhaps Fergus expecting it to turn back in, but it really isn't doing very much at the moment. Just going straight on. Oh, full toss, down leg. Work to do. That should be 4, is 4. Put it in the books. Nice runs for Fergus as he gets into double figures now with his second boundary. He's going to change the angle here for the final delivery of the 8th. Go the left arm around the wicket to Fergus. No change in the field. That one's going down leg side, left alone, and then it's going to be at least 1 bye. Coming back for 2 byes. Signal goes up from umpire Shiraz. End of the over, a good one. 8 runs coming from it as HK 11 move towards the half-century mark. They're 49 for 4 after 8. And we're going to see a change in bowling from the bowling club end as well. Feroz Bag into the attack for the first time today. Looks like he's going to bowl some leg spin. Oh, full toss to start with from Feroz, and Tom Booth says, thank you very much. That's going through covers for 4. Stand and deliver stuff from Booth. Keeps it along the ground to extra cover. Matten there, trying to plug that gap. Does so. Up, down on one knee. Stand and deliver stuff again. I've completely lost sight of wherever that is, but it has gone for 4. Extra cover, I'm being told by James. That's where Jack Matten's going to pick the ball up from, so absolutely correct. Full, and that's going to be 4 as well. Tom Booth is loving this. You can bowl that all day to him. Long boundary down to the scoreboard. Still makes it just. Save your legs, Fergus. That one has gone to the ropes. Well, apologies, didn't make the rope in the end. It was a 3, and that one's gone straight onto the off stump. That's the end of Fergus Lamb. He wished it was a 4 because he wouldn't have been on strike to that delivery, but he is, and he's out for 12. Hong Kong 11, losing their 5th on 60 exactly. A lot of trouble now for the Hong Kong 11, 60 for 5. Paco Chow coming to the crease. Replaced the opener, Fergus Lamb, who was out there while many fell around him. But he gets a good ball from Feroz. He's got himself a catch and a wicket now to go with his half-century. If he can get himself a Michelle, Feroz, I think he could probably take player of the match away from Jeremy O'Neill, but looks like we're going to have a drinks break here with 5 wickets down and lots of runs still required. 231 required from here for Hong Kong 11. Just 5 more wickets for MCC to pick up the victory on a Sunday at Kowloon Cricket Club. Join us in around 10 minutes' time. Okay, drinks break done as we grind towards the tea interval coming up in around 28 minutes time. Tom Booth out there, Paco at the non-striker's end after that ragging delivery from Feroz. Getting it to turn sideways from the leg stump onto the off stump. Put it up on the screen for them as they walk back out. They're all very impressed with that one. Harsh trying to do the same with the left arm. What I did notice in the drinks break, he was getting some tips from one left arm bowler, Dan Pascoe. Go around the wicket, get the leg cutter to work. So that's what he's trying to do now. As I said, he quite easily can be bowling medium fast with that left arm, but wants the spin today. Reminds me of that Pakistan Association Premier League game during Ramadan where Haroon Rashad was bowling spin. It took 4 wickets or something, 3 or 4. Cleaned up, maybe it was a Sunday Elite game against the Templars, cleaned them up cheaply. Wasn't Premier League, because KCC haven't lost a game yet. Stayed wide. Wants to get that one perhaps to angle in onto the middle stump and then just straighten at the moment, just going straight through. 5 dots though. Bat on ball this time. As that one's going to race away. I'm going to put that in as 4, even though we made that mistake before the drinks break. It is 4 to end the over. So 4 runs coming from the 10th. Hong Kong 11, 64 for 5. James, I found out our error. Well, you know how we thought when they went down to pick the ball up and they signalled 4? That was Harsh Shah signalling, no, it's not 4. To which I've now told him, please don't signal that way because it looked like he was signalling 4. And of course it was 3 that put Fergus Lamb on strike, which meant that Fergus got the ragging delivery from Feroz and had to depart. And he's going to continue here, bag 1 for 11 with the brand new batter Paco Chow on strike. Here we go. Feroz to Paco. He looks to flick it onto the leg side, but it ends up on the offside. Has to scamper back as it goes to Pascoe at cover point. 3 slips and a leg slip. You can see 2 of the slips there. There's a third. Wow, that did turn away as well. Almost going to have to start at about 2 stumps outside leg at the moment for Oz if he wants to. This is live. Looks to go leg side. Does go leg side this time. Work to do for Schroff as he chases it down towards the tents at the swimming pool pavilion. Keeps it to 2. Paco gets off the mark. Stand up. Just pushes it to mid-off. Two more to Paco. Oh, wild swing as it spun away. It spun away from the right glove of Yasmin Dazwani as well. Picked up just inside the circle Inside the ropes, I should say. End of the over. How many came off that one, James? 4 in total. No, there was a bye at the end, wasn't there? Yes, there was. One bye at the end, so 5. Let's make the score 69 for 5, shall we? Harsh continuing. Paco playing over the top of that one completely, but well outside the line of off. Needs to keep a level head here, the 16-year-old. Team 5 down already. And that's nicely played. That's a round of applause from Jack Madden, that shot. Jack's playing for the MCC side and also from second slip. That's how nicely that one was played. His first boundary of the day after a couple of doubles. Look at that. Stand up, find the gap, short boundary down to the pavilion. Back live. Harsh straying a little bit down the leg side. Paco not far away from being stumped there. Went for a twirl on it and was well outside his crease. Had to scamper back, does so. And swinging hard this time through cow corner. Nobody there. So mid-wicket 4. A wry smile from Harsh Sharp as he's been taken for some runs here on the replay. Picks this one up nicely, outside off. Vacant mid-wicket region. Not even a mid-on in place. He uses the wrists again, work to do for Feroz. He's not going to stop that one. Third 4 of the over for Paco. He's raced to 16. Powerful from Paco. Final delivery. He won't find runs as that one goes to Pascoe. Cover point and come. What's that? Forward square, in fact. End of the over. 12 runs coming from it. James, can you just put up the batting card for me, if you can? So I want to see where Paco's very brief innings stands. Feroz getting himself in place. There we go. Paco's third highest scorer at the moment with that big over. Tom Booth, who will be on strike, is the leading run scorer for the Hong Kong 11 today. Another one. Staring that one down, Tom. Wow. Use the term ragging, and that's what it is at the moment. There's a spot there. Feroz can just get it to grip and rip. Making Yasmin do a lot of work with the gloves. That's the one on the legs, though. It's not going to make the boundary, so they're going to have to run this one out. There should be a chance of 3. Tom's happy with 2. Oh, that one's swatted. Goes through mid-on. That's 4. Nobody at mid-on or long on. I think there's only one player on the leg side, to be honest. Nigel Shroff, and he's at square legs, and no one able to cut that one off at all. Booth. This over moves to the quarter century mark of 25. And that's pretty much the same. Maybe a little straighter this time, but same result. Looks like Booth's kind of figured out how much this is going to spin and now waiting on it rather than letting it fly past the bat. Lets it pitch, turn sideways, and then pick it up off the middle for 4. I'll find a single here as just goes backward a square to Shroff. So Booth will retain strike after a nice 11 runs coming from the 13th. Hong Kong 11. 92 for 5. Handy little 32-run partnership now between these two. Harshad to continue around the wicket into his 4th over from the pavilion end. Tom Booth on strike. And he's going to pick up another boundary here, I think. Gets a full one. Goes through long on. Where he did last over as well. This time to a much shorter boundary, so it's a much quicker way to pick up the boundary. 7th 4 for Tom. Very good player, Tom Booth. Saturday League player. I think for Lama, if I'm correct. The Lama Cricket Club have had a wonderful season, both with the women's team and the men's team. They went like 4 months with all 5 teams never losing a game. Lost a few of late. And goes up an aerial this time. Same result. Still going to be 4. Still going to go through long on. Well, that brings 100 up for the Hong Kong 11. Exactly 100 for 5 after 13.3. And mostly on the bat of 1. Tom Booth, who moves to 38. The replay picked up outside off. Back live, he stands up, punches. It won't make the boundary, will it? Pascoe trying to chase that one down. He should get there. Very quick in the outfield. So they'll pick up 2 this time. Umpire Shiraz Vasha signals 2 balls remaining of the 14th. Can't beat Matten at extra cover this time. So another dot. Still 10 runs already off the over. Booth into the 40s. Strike rate of 153.8 at the moment. And that'll dot out as Feroz does some good fielding just off the turf wicket areas. It comes at him fast. Will be 10 off the 14th. Hong Kong 11. 102 for 5. Needing another 189 for victory. There's a bowling card for the MCC side today. 3 for the captain, Ashley Caddy, leading the charge. Single wickets for Jack Matten and Feroz Bag. 1 for 26 for Feroz, who's going to bowl another over. Bowled his 4th from the bowling club end. He'll have Paco Chow, who hasn't seen the ball for a while. He'll be on strike. And immediately he's dismissed. A catch by Dan Pascoe. Means Paco departs, the 6 wicket falls, and a big partnership fall comes to an end as well. 102 for 6 as Feroz gets his second. Dave Lau will come to the crease at number 8 with Hong Kong 11. Now in some trouble, but at least they've got up over the 100 mark. Four more wickets for MCC to wrap this up. 11 more minutes until we get to the tea break. Dave Lau and Tom Booth will need to just grind this one out for a while. We can come back for the final session at least. All spooned in the air, and I think that's going to be a wicket, is it? No, maybe it's bump ball. What's going on here? Well, there's some discussions. I think it's just going to be a dot. So he survives. This time swings hard, but he's going to have to learn very quickly here, Dave, that ball's going to turn sideways. That one stayed a little low as well as turning away. Put the little feather at that one, but tucks it away safely. On track for a wicket maiden here for Oz. 2 for 26. I did tell him at the drinks break, if he manages to get a Michelle, I'll put him in contention for player of the match. He's got to do his own fielding here as that one rolls away. It's not going to make the boundary. So Dave's running hard. He wants to push for 3, but might be just happy with 2 and ruin a wicket maiden with the 2 off the mark. End of the over. Another successful one for MCC as HK 11 lose 6 on 104. There's the partnerships. That Tom Booth, Paco Chow one was vital for Hong Kong 11, but with Paco departing, time for a new partnership to be formed. Harsha will continue, 4 overs, none for 32. Tom Booth will continue, 40 off 27. He's going to have to farm the strike now with the juniors of the KCC Pioneers making up a lot of the tail. Paco Chow is gone, but Dave Lau's there. Ronnie Chu still to come as well. Then the veterans of Matthew Chappell and Eddie Chair. And offside this time, but still 4 runs. Tom Booth picks up his 9th boundary. In fact, to move to 44. Driving hard again. Same result again. A bit wider this time. Through extra cover for 4. 48. Can we have another half century? We've had a century. Well, we've had a 150. We've had a 50 from Feroz. And now Tom Booth for HK11. Looking like he might pick up a half century as well. We like to see lots of runs in the MCC out matches. Leaves that one alone as well, outside the line. Nobody at backward point or anywhere through that region if he wants to. There's just Nigel Schroff at point. That one has dragged down leg. Only one glove to it from Yasmin. Harry has to chase that one down. They'll take 2. 2 buys. 1 ball left of the 16th. 114 for 6. Drives hard. Going to bring up his half century with yet another 4. That's the full one. Punches to his favoured long on position and moves to 52 off just 33 deliveries. 11 4s. Watch the replay on this one. And we might have a wagon wheel for him, do we, James? Let's have a look at the wagon wheel for Tom Booth. Oh, computer says no. Sad. Anyway, fine knock it has been, keeping Hong Kong 11 in the game. For Oz to continue. David Lau on strike. He's going to take a single on the leg side. Nicely played. Full toss. That's been dispatched. Racing away through cow corner for how many 4s is that? 12 now. Booth just dealing in boundaries. What has happened there? Has Pascoe taken a screamer? He's done another one. Feroz has got another one. He's got 3 for 33. He's got the big one of Tom Booth. Going onto the offside, and the 2 fingers go up as Feroz gets his 3rd. He's trying hard for that. Michelle Pfeiffer. 7th wicket falls on 123. Here's the replay. And nice catch from Dan. So 7 wickets down, 123 on the board for the Hong Kong 11 as we're going to go into the tea break here. With still 168 runs to go. It'll be Ronnie Chu who will come out and join Dave Lau after this 30-minute break here at KCC. Join us then. The wonderful afternoon tea is done. Aaron Bush with you for this final session of the MCC out matches here at Cowlane Cricket Club, with MCC just needing another 3 wickets, whereas the Hong Kong 11, now it's ticked over to 4 p.m, have to survive 30 minutes plus 20 overs with 3 wickets in hand. Ronnie Chu comes to the middle after tea, after the wicket fell of Tom Booth. He gets one to not spin away as much, perhaps for Oz, just going, it's turning too much. They can't get an edge on it. Or just to loosen it to start with after the tea break. And again, getting it past the outside edge. Where's the googly? Where's the one that goes the other way? He's got 3 for already to go with his half century. Drags that one a bit short. Does spin again. That's the end of the over. 5 runs and a wicket coming from the 17th. Hong Kong 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Did mention to Nigel Shroff's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end. As my mouth's starting to stop working after so many overs. Not so much today. Only into the 63rd over, the 64th over today. I have done 6 T20I international games and a 89 over of MCC on Friday. Been a long stretch, 5 days in a row. 1 more to go tomorrow for the Junior All-Stars over at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Lots of batters, lots of fielders surrounding the batter here for Shroff. 3 slips, 2 on the toes. Shroffy wants that one. It's denied by umpire Shiraz Vasha. Lucky to survive there, Dave Lau. Jack Matten just having a little word to the youngster, Dave Lau. And he's going to find some runs. Nicely swept away off the toes this time. Yaz having to do the fielding from behind the stumps. It's another single. Did umpire Shiraz call that a bye? Oh, I'm pretty sure that came off the bat. Well, that's unfortunate. David doesn't get another run. He's not arguing the point. Ronnie Chu on strike. You're looking to get off the mark. Pushes it to Pascoe. We haven't seen Dan with the ball today. Taking some good catches though. Didn't get a chance to bat. We didn't get to see Dot Pascoe today with the bat in hand. Wasn't required with only 4 wickets falling in that first innings. A massive 290 for MCC. He finds a gap on the offside. It's not going to make the boundary. Feroz chasing it down very quickly. Look at that speed. Does get off the mark and gets down the non-striker's end. Lau back on strike. Oh, look at that for a stroke. Up and over the top of Shroffy's head. He's going to pick up a boundary. Nicely played. Lovely stroke there from Dave Lau. It's only 15 or 16. Another one into the pads, going down leg this time. Well, over comes to an end. dead on the worm, just miles behind on wickets in hand. Feroz to bowl again. I was going to mention last over. Had a chat to him at the tea break. And in the scoring system of NV Play, which you can see the logo up the top, runs our broadcast. We get to decide here in broadcast, James and I, who gets player of the match. And of course, Jeremy O'Neill's 150 plus is pretty good. So I set Feroz a challenge. If he can get a Michelle Pfeiffer to go with his half century, might just nudge Jeremy out of that position on our scoring system. And that one has edged, and the man that we were just talking about, Jeremy O'Neill, takes the catch in third slip. That's the end of Ronnie Chu for one. The eighth wicket falls on 129. Now Feroz has got 4. He's playing it with the spin, and an easy lob catch to O'Neill. With the 3 slips in place, we'd move the camera across onto a wider angle. So we managed to pick that one up nicely. Matthew Chappell will come to the crease at number 10. Only Eddie Chair, who's slightly injured, in fact. He's got a busted hand to come in at number 11. And the spin of Feroz strikes again. Two wickets left to get for MCC to wrap this up. One more for Feroz to get what must be some sort of a milestone for the MCC players. If you can get half a century and a Michelle Pfeiffer, that doesn't happen every day. Chappell not ready. Now he's in place. 3 slips and the leg slip. And getting it to kick up as well. Taken shoulder height there by Daswani. I think the one thing that, well, definitely the one thing that Feroz doesn't have today is a wicket maiden. He's got one more ball to pick one of them up today as well. Oh, poor Dave Lau just got hit by the ball. Who was that? Was that Nigel Shroff? 16-year-old, 15 or 16-year-old Dave. Just had his back to the ball. Jack Matten comes across to make sure he's okay. He's got him on the elbow, I think. Slight delay here. Also checking that foot. Remember, he got nailed. In the wars is Dave. That was Nigel Shroff bowling as well that got him on the toe, wasn't it, James? So Nigel's hit him on the foot with the ball and then hit him in the elbow. So there's some delay going on here. Is he going to retire hurt?
David is retired injured.
It is. Confirmation from umpire Shiraz Vasha that David's going to come off and Eddie Chair is going to come out to the middle. I hope the young fella's okay. Get some treatment. Dr. J. Davidson's down there. Not a doctor. He'll help patch him up if there's a bit of a scratch. Get confirmation. I know he's got a sore foot. Might want to get some leather batting shoes to go out there next time. Don't think the ASICS runners gave him much protection on the toe. We'll get an update, make sure he's okay. The young fella batted well. So that's going to put Eddie at the non-striker's end. Chappell to face the final delivery of this over. The chance of a wicket maiden. But it also means there's only one more wicket on hand to get the Michelle. And it's going to be a dot. Wicket maiden for Faraz Bag. What a bowling spell it's been. 6 overs, 1 wicket maiden, 4 for 33. Hong Kong 11, 129 for 8. With just the 2 final batters out there in the middle. I'll get an update whether Dave can come back out to bat. He's allowed to, isn't he, James? Retired, not out, injured. So, not sure he will want to if he's gone off because of that. Looks like Trough will continue. Bowl a second over from the pavilion end. Oh, that's driven nicely by Eddie. He's going to find some runs through extra cover. Again, it's Feroz having to do the chasing down. You can see the speedster dashing off screen. Comes back for 2. Just looking across. I haven't got a camera on it, but they are Hong Kong, China international players from Kowloon Cricket Club are just coming back into the ground as this game comes to a conclusion. Saw a Tiki Iqbal, Wakas Bakat. Might have been a Vazaz, or was it Bubba? Could have been Bubba. And he's found more runs, 4 runs this time off Shroff. Still a little ways to go to make it to the halfway mark. Another 10 runs will get them to the halfway mark at least. He's picked that one up off middle and off. But nice and full. And he's like, save your legs, chaps. That one's going for 4. Back live. One ball left of the 20th. Eddie can survive. Feroz will get another chance to pick up his Michelle Pfeiffer. Yeah, runs here. Pascoe chases it down, so Eddie will get back for 2. He'll move to 8 runs off his first ball's face. End of the 20th. Hong Kong 11, 137 for 8. An update on Dave Lau. It was the Yorker on the toe that has caused him the most grief. He's smashed the toe and it's bleeding. It's currently got an ice bag on it, which means he doesn't have his shoes on. I'll go get a word from the captain, Andy Lee, in a sec. I'll stay here. No, I won't. I'll go quickly. I'll be back. Chap's getting his first runs. Just through the leg slip region. Just down at the toes of Kukredja. Another one kicking on up and spinning away, not finding the edge. Oh, up in the air. Might have got a fingertip and it's an appeal for LBW. More likely to be a catch, given that it was given as a run. Let's see if we can run through the replay on this one. So close, yet so far. Anyway. Eddie Chair facing the final delivery of the over. One ball left now, I should say. I'll just update the system. Ball 4 was a single. Under the back thigh pad. I think it was pitched outside leg as it spun back in. So end of the over, 5 from it, 21 done. Hong Kong 11, 142 for 8. So the update on Dave Lau, whether he's going to come back or not. The question, basically it depends on how long until the next wicket falls. At the moment, he's in a fair bit of pain. If he can rest up a little bit, ice up that toe, there's a chance he might come back out. There's also a chance these two out of the middle might bat another 12 minutes and 20 overs after that. Anything's possible in the game of cricket. Nigel Shroff to continue, none for 13 off 2. Dragged down leg and took off as well. O'Neill having to chase that one down, right down towards the boundary. Back for 2 byes. Well, in good lines now. Most of the balls from Nigel have been on that off and middle stump. Navigated well by Chappell. Back of his crease and chopped down onto the pad. Straying down the leg side, onto the pad again, just another dot. 2 balls left, the 22nd. Move to 420. And just joining us, and new to the MCC outmatch rules, of course, at 4:30, the power play sign will go up from whichever umpire's doing the officiating on that over to signal 20 overs remaining in the timed game. Again onto the pad, again going down leg, no appeal from anyone that time. navigates that one as it comes back in towards that off stump, end of the over. Just the two byes coming from it. So that's a maiden for Nigel. 22 on the board in overs, 144 in runs, 8 wickets down. Smothered with the knee and then onto the forearm, it looked like, from Eddie. But I was looking for a Michelle 5-wicket bag. Oh, big appeal. What does Sharoi say? He says yes, he's got it. He's got the 5-wicket bag for Oz. 5 for 32 to go with his half century. That's some sort of MCC milestone. And that's the end of Eddie Chair for 8. We'll wait for confirmation on what's happening. Not coming back out, Dave Lau. That's the game as HKC, Hong Kong 11, are all out for 144 in 22.3. It's a 146-run victory here for MCC. As the players all shake hands, the MCC team victorious again as they were on Friday. Have a look at the batting and bowling card, James, if we can. And then we'll wrap up the broadcast for this year's MCC Outmatches live from Kowloon Cricket Club. There's the batting card. Opening the batting was the captain, 80 Lee, getting 18. And a 12 from Fergus, who saw quite a few fall around him, including Indus Singh. Ahan out for an unlucky duck as it just came off his glove. And Jay Davidson, he ended up with just 4. But a very nice half-century to Tom Booth. Paco Chow with a 16 as well. That really got them back in the game, but then it fell away again. Dave Lau, unfortunately, retired hurt with a injured toe. And then a single to Ronnie Chu. Matt Chappell not out on 5, and Eddie Chair. LBW getting the fifer for Feroz Bag. The bowling card, and there's one name dominating the card today. Feroz, 7.3 overs, 1 wicket maiden. Michelle, 5 for 38. Also a nice bowling effort from the captain, Ashley Caddy, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 10, and a wicket to Jack Matten. So it's a 146 run victory here at Kowloon Cricket Club for the MCC 11. And you can see as we just run through the first innings, a 155 not out for Jeremy O'Neill off just 157. It really was a fantastic knock and a half century of 53 for Ruz. Yasmin almost getting that half century until she was bowled by Jay Davidson on 47. And a little cameo at the end from Harry Kukreja, 13 not out. And it's just single wickets for the 4 wickets that fell for the HK 11. And then batting, yes, Tom Booth. Half century, a beautiful 56 off 35 until he holed out at point. Good catch by Dan Pascoe. And Feroz Bag with a 5 for 38. Yeah, he's our player of the match because he got his 5 up. Well done to everyone, and thanks again for all the MCC members coming to play here in Kowloon. It's been a fabulous 2 days of cricket, and we'll do it all again next year. But from the broadcast team at KCC YouTube, James Robinson in the score.